pictures.
But do you think he would be beatable? I mean, I know that ideologically he's probably the most repulsive to you, but do you think he would be the easiest to beat? I mean, do you think if Newsom gets on the ticket, or who do you think would be harder to beat than Newsom?
I think Shapiro. I think he's a guy that can cross a lot of ideological lines because he presents himself as a moderate. What's the guy in Kentucky? The governor of Kentucky?
Andy Beshear.
Yeah, Beshear or Shapiro types that can present like to the people, maybe in this poll, Scott, that feel like they're just kind of worn out by all this people they see going on, that they just want to pick someone they think is going to be stable. And I think Beshear or Shapiro represents that.
I humbly submit that this country is not ready for Jewish nominees for president, and neither will the Democratic Party put up with you. I humbly submit.
Yeah, I think the anti-Israel, I'm with you, Caleb. I think the and there's not a bigger Zionist in these platforms than me, but I do think that Shapiro will have a tough time walking back his Zionism. I'm with you.
Look, you don't need a Jewish president to take care of the interest of Jews or Israel, right? And it's completely unnecessary. It's bad optics, right? Israel's interest and the Jewish community's interests are going to be taken care of. There's absolutely no need. I don't think the Jewish lobby has anything to gain by having a Jewish president. It's bad optics, right? I think the Jewish lobby can exert much more influence and exert influence more effectively without having a Jewish president in office.
Yeah, the thing I was trying to get at, not so much the Jewish aspect to it, was the political safe spot for people. And I think you guys may be right as far as that could be a hindrance, but like the Beshear or the Shapiro, I think they represent like a safe place for American voters to land on.
I wonder if there could be a strategy for the Democrats that say, and it strikes me the Republicans did this pretty well in the last 40 years. Focus on the local races, right? Get governors, get state houses, start changing states. What if that is the strategy? Forget this national nonsense, because Democrats are not compelling. But what about local stuff? What about state stuff?
Yeah, this is what the Republicans.
I think Shapiro is much stronger, much more valuable as a governor than as a senator or something.
Well,
I'm with you. I mean,
go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
Judges and state houses, right? So Republicans have strategized on state houses and appointees, right? Not just Supreme Court appointees, but like the Federal Society, grooming justices to get at all levels of the federal bench. And I think, I think you're right. I think for some reason, the Democrats, we are allergic to that sort of strategy.
Well, talk about local races and stuff like that. Now, I'm sure different areas, but like the area that I live in, some of the positions that, and I'm sure it's not, I'm sure it's just the ones that get the press, but some of the national positions that that some prominent Democrats have taken makes it very difficult for someone in areas like I live in to articulate themselves as a viable candidate. They're already painted with a brush that's very damaging before they even start.
I wish Peoria would come up because she's a real politico and an activist. Inviting her up to just share her thoughts.
I'll tell you an interesting political thought I had the other day that kind of surprised me. I think this country is too big for as big a federal government. We're so diverse. The needs of Oregon are not the needs of Florida. And I found myself thinking about it wasn't about size of federal government, it's about size of country and what's the best way to manage all of that diversity. And I don't know, I'm sort of bumping on that for me, that I don't know, maybe it's my age. I don't know what that is.
I had a guy on my podcast a couple of years ago who wrote a book called Break It Up, and that was his thesis, that largely we're just too big. I mean, liberal democracies don't work on this level of scale. One of the reasons Scandinavia works is it's smaller and more homogenous, and social trust, right? The Putnam sort of social trust scale. When you get this big and this diverse, social trust ebbs. And I think democracies function better when you have high levels of social trust. And so, you could break it up into 7 or 8 nation states. We could be much more like the European Union, and we could function and trade together, collaborate on that level as an economic whole. But
we have that. We do have that in some measure, right? There's all kinds of interstate commerce and things, and a whole internal trade system, state to state, right?
His point would be that we could keep that. We could keep that, the level of interstate commerce we have, and have much more autonomy. Basically function much more like the European Union, and have, when we face the world, have a collective sort of trading position, things like that. But internally, basically be more states' rights than we are. And
what do you do with national defense?
Well, these things are complicated, or this is why.
Right, so the thing that eroded social trust is, I'm not suggesting we're at the draft, but I am in favor of national service of all kinds that bind people together because you've all contributed to a common thing, whether that's military service or Teach for America or whatever. I'm in favor of compulsory service.
If we had a draft, right? If we had a national service included the military, we would not get nothing's worse. We would just not do it. I mean, because everybody's kids would be on the line.
Everybody's kids at the same time. That's right.
Yeah, the reason why we can do these, imperialistic excursions, it's just so funny that Trump, who ran against all this, is now he's finding it fun. Yeah, he's funny. Okay, I'm a second-term president. I'm a lame duck. I've got this whole military. I can do these things with. I can get Maduro. I can do this. It's very strong. I'm doing it very strongly.
Just little plastic pieces on his desk.
I think that, but we would be, because it's just the marginal underclass's kids, right? It doesn't. If every middle class kid, you knew that your kid was at risk, we would not do this stuff. We just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is part of the not about not getting into the wars, but about the social fabric. This is the debate in Israel around the draft and ultra-Orthodox in the draft. It's eroding social fabric such that you can't live together. So there's these giant walls dividing huge parts of the citizenry.
Well, I can tell you as someone that I was actually issued one towards the end of the Vietnam War. And that question loomed on my head every day. And luckily, I was at the end of it, and you could see it peeling off. But holding that card and realizing that your number could be called is something that creates a different thought about all these things when you know that you hold that card.
My father made me register. I think it's still the law, isn't it?
So after 18, you have to register. What did that look like? Or when your dad, did he take you to the post office? How did that work?
I don't remember. That's a good question. I don't remember. I mean, my grandfather, my dad's father, was a navigator on bombers out of Italy in World War II. And he said the following thing about why he joined the Air Force. He said, I figured you could kill more Nazis with a bomb than with a bullet. So that's why he joined the Air Force. And I think like that idea of service to America, being American, and you do things, that was a big idea for my grandfather and my dad. And I think he tried to have that be for me. So we did it. I don't know. It was probably just a piece of paper and we put it in the mail.
I'm curious, where do you stand politically?
I'm a Democrat. I'm probably best described as a Clinton Democrat. Yeah. I've never voted for a Republican.
All right. Yeah. I tend to vote for Republican, but I think when people see me and the decisions I make when it comes to local government, they consider me a very moderate Republican.
So are you saying on spending, like you're not that some kind of decisions you make clearly would seem to not be that conservative?
Well, one thing we had come up, Scott, was a liability issue with some contamination that one of our state's largest employers was involved in. And I was, to a man, the only person that brought their chemists and their engineers into the meeting and really grilled them. Everyone else was just willing to go along with them. On the other hand, I tend to be conservative with the money that the town has to put them in good financial positions where they don't bankrupt and impose burdens on an older population they can't bear.
Interesting. A Clinton Democrat, Caleb. Did you vote for Bernie or no?
No. I would have been, if he had made it to the national, I would have, but you're not my choice in the primary.
You voted for Hillary in 2016.
I did.
I voted for Bernie, so it's very interesting.
I think my wife voted for Bernie. I think.
Yeah, I found Bernie, I in general, I think, Richard Rohr in an interview with great philosophers, he's dead now, but of our age, the interviewer was asking, what can philosophy do for the country, for the world? He said, well, I think philosophy could help most of the world become more like America, and America to become more like Scandinavia. And the interviewer, Robert Harrison, said, you're not serious. He's like, no, I'm dead serious. That's the only contribution philosophy has. So I didn't think that. I didn't think I would like us to look a little more like Scandinavia.
I agree.
With the capitalism, I mean, I think I'm not a socialist. at least not in this life. I think private corporations are great things that create wealth, and I think we should redistribute it in ways that look a little more like Scandinavia. But.
Well, we have to redefine what thriving means, right? Were you a minimalist, right? You remember that? You remember that West Wing episode where they like changed the poverty numbers changed, not because people were less poor. They just moved the metric.
And they were like, it's good news.
We have more poor people. Right, so like, not that. But you do like a little bit of a different story about productivity and meaning in life and leisure time versus work time. You have to have a better story about that.
Well, here's one of the things that people find contradiction in, I think, that they tend to lean one way or the other. Like, one of the things I've had a real problem with is, like, we have a huge natural gas industry where I live. And I've brought this up to the legislature about how they work the workers and the amount of time that they can stay on the clock being unsafe. I don't see that as being unreasonable. But there's another component to the same industry, and I only found out about this because I was doing some subcontracting, that we was on a site one day, and we dropped 100 ton or more of rock on this site, the site for equipment to come in, getting it ready to construct stuff. And we had a guy there that found what can be no more than like a couple of quarts of oil on the ground. And he's talking about removing all that 100 tons of rock to compensate for this small little spill. And I told him, I said, if you want to correct it, there's a 5-gallon bucket, dig it up and put it in there. It's those two extremes in those two things that I always found a little disconcerting. You can have concerns about real issues that a corporation's doing, like the hours that they work. Some of these guys, I think, creates a real safety issue. But you can say, on the other hand, while they're out there doing it, don't be so crazy that you inflict costs that makes them unprofitable. I don't see those two things as being something that you shouldn't be able to work through. But tend to fall one way or the other extremes on this. Like, you either let them go batshit crazy or you put a vice on them on every turn. There's a space in the middle that makes it workable.
Peoria is a Clinton Democrat. Does that make sense to you?
I think we're in a political reorganizing time. Yeah, it does make a little bit of sense. I think, look, my politics these days are driven by, it's $4 to fill up my gas. And I have a house of 5 people and a dog. Like, life is expensive right now. We want to have a certain kind of life, right? I want the candidate who's talking about my stuff. I don't hear it. Quite yet. I'm so disaffected, Scott. I'm so over it all. It's like, whatever, nobody's in control. I'm not in control anyway.
Let me ask you something. What you just talked about your gas, do you have any thoughts about if we try and put too much regulation on the exploration of the supply side of that equation, that it can actually hurt what you're trying to achieve? Not to say that there shouldn't be any, but you have to work both sides. Like I was talking about our natural gas industry.
Yeah, you obviously have to work both sides, and I Simultaneously, also, think about alternative sources of energy and fuels. I don't think there's enough of that. I'm willing to have a mishmash of things, provided that that the greatest amount of people benefit. I guess that's really it. I'm open to all kinds of ideas to achieve that end.
You're a pragmatist.
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, I have my commitments to things I think are right and wrong, but yeah, I think outcomes really do matter.
Yeah, we may be closer aligned than a lot of people might think. I like one thing that you probably never hear too much from someone that's painted as conservative. I think you're always going to have people within a society who have multiple reasons that's going to end up in a destitute place. I think societies should accommodate those people as a humanitarian thing. Try and get them to move forward, but when someone is destitute, I think as society should help. I think it should be controlled. I think that the objective should be a functioning group of people trying to contribute. But the idea that we're never going to have this class of people that doesn't need our help, and at the same time, I think you have to have an economy that's not constrained so much that it can't generate the revenue that it requires to help those people. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sir, I'd like to say something about this. Let me know when you're.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think part of what I think you're talking about is developing a national ethic around the idea. If there's always going to be destitute people, I agree with you, there will be. What is our responsibility to them, and how do we effectuate that? Right? Private industry can do a lot. Nonprofits, these kinds of things. Government can do some too. Yes, Alistair.
Alistair, my main man, candidate for Congress. What's going on, buddy? This goes back to what you were saying, Scott, about philosophy and how you prefer that America was more like Norway. In Norway, every citizen is birthed with $400,000 in retained savings or earnings through the National Sovereign Wealth Fund. In America, when you're born, you were literally born into $400,000, individually to debt. You go to us.clock.org. So all I'm trying to say is philosophy deals with natural law. Unfortunately, because we have a corrupt financial system, we are out of natural law. And that's our problem here in America. And it just permeates corruption everywhere. Look at all of this SNAP fraud, all of this Medicare, Medicaid fraud. It's everywhere, and it's international in scope. We have Russians coming in and ripping us off. We got Romanians. So what I'm trying to say is, if we had sound currency, and we actually had Congress people and senators with spines, we could actually try to save America by becoming more natural and actually adhering to the laws of nature and philosophy. But unfortunately, we have delusional individuals who are socialists. I know you said you're not a socialist, but the other thing is that you guys were talking about interstate commerce and you just think America's too big. I looked it up. There's, 250 countries across the earth and 40 sovereign countries with monarchs, a global community. And so I'm just trying to say, in some ways, it is one community. And if you look at the communist model versus the capitalist model, it's either 5,000 corporations or one corporation. But the whole thing rests on sound money. And until we actually can peg our currency, we're fucked. And what I'm trying to say is we need politicians who can eliminate debt with the stroke of a wand, because it was created with a pen.
And a lot of people who hold our debt overseas, they don't know that we're going to fuck them. They just don't know that yet. But politically, we will, and we have to save America.
There we go. Amazing. Candidate, how is the campaign going?
It's good. I'm running for mayor of Chicago. I was removed from the ballot for Congress. And the interesting thing is I don't expect that I'll win. But the fun thing about politics is, as a candidate, you can speak publicly. And the other thing is, when it comes down to the petitions, I can challenge the mayor who's going to run again. To me, that's the most exciting thing, is that I get to help manipulate the system because I have the experience. And when you challenge petitions, as they accused me of fraud, well, guess what I can do as a candidate? I can actually challenge and request that the Chicago Board of Elections perform a full audit. And I am president, and I'm the one challenging. So if the mayor or other candidates try to fuck with the system by submitting illegitimate signatures, well, guess who saves the city? John Kitover. I can remove candidates from the ballot. That's a big power as a know-nothing candidate. So I know how the game works, and I love playing it.
I love it. I love that you're doing it, buddy. I love that you're doing it. I think you're a little bit of a wacko, but I like that you're, exercising your agency for the people.
John, let me ask you, what's your position on the formation of the Federal Reserve at Jekyll Island?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, it's like, I think there's not a speck of dust on a place in the whole universe, so it's possible that all this growth, though artificial, is a great thing because of the unnaturalness of unsound currency. But with regards to specifically the federal, every country has a central bank, and it's considered modern economic science, so to speak, to basically do inflationary spending. But you can go to Zimbabwe and look at the $100 trillion Zimbabwe debts. We are still so far ahead of Zimbabwe in terms of inflationary problems, but also we're in that digital database era where it's more about control and less about equality or freedom or fairness of currency. It is becoming a big brother type of fascist state, subversively, subconsciously, digitally. And we know from our founding fathers that this type of behavior is against philosophy, against the law. And that's what I'm saying. Philosophy is that fucking important. I read Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, and I recorded myself reading it. And when I go on a power walk, I listen to it, and I'm like, this is fucking brilliant. How the fuck are we so far away from this as a culture? You can go to any room in this clown house right now, and honestly, it's a fallen society. It's a failed society. And if you think Norway is the model, at some point I'm moving to Norway, and I'm hooking up with a chick that's got $500,000 in the bank, and I'm having a baby in Norway.
Well, philosophy does become the foundation of the social compact that we all enter into to form governments. So there has to be some philosophical in to form any type of functional government.
Philosophy, that's a compact of a contract. I've seen the first contract in Chicago. One guy voted no. That's me. And I'm not making this up. In the Chicago Election Commission office, there's the Charter of Chicago. There's 13 senators on the left, and one guy that said no. I love the guy that said no. To me, he's the hero of Chicago.
John, you're the hero of Chicago, buddy.
This is interesting, Scott.
Well, see, I try not to be boring. I'm not an ideologue. I try to have conversations that are stimulating. And so we get a rabbi on the stage, which is fantastic.
Gary Baumgarten yesterday, I created a new Clubhouse account called Earth Day, and he kicked me from the room and blocked me. So if you're putting together a Clubhouse room, but you're paranoid that somebody just randomly decided to download Clubhouse, install it, and come to your room, and you kick them, like, that's fucking paranoia. I know he's trying to target me, but how the fuck could his intuition possibly tell him that my new burner account was me? So that's, like, to me, neurotic behavior. And that's, like, to me, like he's trying to cover his ass from being recorded and putting on anti-American hate rooms. It's just my opinion, of course. I'm just saying that some people, you know, let it go. Like, you're just with you to the grave, and this is all actually just an experience and a happening, but, like, that's not capitalistic to kick other people who are trying to create and be productive in conjunction with what you consider creative and productive. So, again, I think it all goes back to philosophy. And I got a picture of the Buddha in my bathroom with, and on it says, "Let it go." You know, too many people need to learn to just let it go, and that'll solve all their conflict.
Good day, guys. This Trump, like, haven't heard much about the fucking bloke, but the things that I have heard, they're pretty bad, you know. So, what do we think about that?
Are you English?
Yeah, I am. Just fine.
Could you repeat what you just said, so I'm sure I heard it right?
Just things about, like, Trump and that, like the things that I've heard, he's not a very good bloke. So, what's the go there?
I think the English and Australian people never evolved since 1946, and I think it's because of the war. I think so many Australians and English people were killed. They have the lowest genetic intelligence of most populations, and I think Kekis, your evidence to suggest that my theory could be accurate.
Oi, you Yankee fuck. Fucking you the dumb cunts that voted Trump in that started this bullshit war. Fucking you want to shut your cunt before I come around there and fucking sort you out right now, you fucking stupid cunt. Talking shit on Australia, this is a fucking beautiful country. We are way more evolved than any of you fucking dogs. And I fucking hope you cunts all burn in hell, you fucking filthy maggots.
That's pretty good. Let me ask you a question though. Seriously, do you think that you guys have any kind of social problem with immigration over there? I've been seeing a lot of disturbing things, and how like if you post certain things on social media, you can be put in jail and stuff. Is that a problem for you?
Oh yeah, mate, it's a massive problem. In Australia, there is problems, I will admit. We have a fucking government that's trying to control us all. It's a fucking bullshit situation, to be honest. But it's a pretty fucking beautiful country, and to say that we are fucking slower and fucking less evolved than the rest of you is pretty fucking disrespectful, if you ask me, mate. And I don't.
It's a theory. It's a scientific theory of World War II and 60 million that died in World War II. It's just a theory that a tremendous amount of human intelligence was wiped out, and thus we get individuals like yourself that can barely transparently say a sentence and use ad hominem.
Oi, have you ever heard, like, what an Aboriginal person sounds like a nigger? Have you ever heard a nigger before?
Again, I'm just trying to say that I think you
cunt, what you talking about, you Jesus? I'll come around there and I'll blow your fucking head off. Eh?
No use of the N-word in the room. No use of the N-word. Yeah,
some people get what they deserve. I'm just saying.
It had to be removed.
Well, anyways, I think we proved our point. I proved my point. I do actually believe that one of the reasons why Britain or England has allowed themselves to be completely invaded by Muslim hordes is because so many of their men were wiped out in World War II. World War II is the greatest tragedy, you know, in human history, I think, personally. I mean, I can't think of anything more insane that Europe literally just self-destructed in absolute anger and chaos, extremism. And the funniest thing is I'm going to create a movie. It's going to be called Hitler the Schmuck. And there's this film called The Dictator where it's like all this World War II archival footage that Adolf Hitler was like recording of himself in like the same way that a social media influencer does today. And I'm just saying that like his intelligence just wasn't there. And there's a reason why he did what he did. And it's, you know, it's just so tragic. You see all these videos of people that were wiped out in the war and you just wonder, you know, where was the intelligence? It just wasn't there. The awareness wasn't there. The philosophy was not there.
What do you mean the philosophy was not there? Of course it was there.
You can see it in the videos that Hitler even shot of himself. The guy was basically high on codeine and creating Instagram videos with films and then distributing them in movie theaters. That's what the guy spent many years doing. That's not leadership. That's what many politicians are doing today. And they're not leading. They're not actually trying to do good things for voters. Instead, they're just creating campaign videos for the next campaign. And it's all propaganda. And nobody tells the truth. Because in my opinion, most people can't even tell the truth because they don't even know the truth.
Well, part of the problems in my experience is that the electorate wants to be told things that they should inherently know are untrue. They want to make politicians Santa Claus. They don't want to be adult when they come to considering the issues and the real truth behind the issues and what it's going to take to solve the issues. They want the easy way, and they want the politicians to facilitate it.
As someone who is, Ryan, I know you're in politics, the attacks from deranged homosexual leftists on social media, health disorder, and these are like vicious, violent, disgusting comments that many gay men and other socialists make on social media. Again, I think it's a fallen society. I think when Caleb says, oh, we need to have national service to create a unity amongst our people, well, yeah, maybe that'll work. But I think America is already fascist, and it's going to become even more fascist. And it's because the politicians are criminals, and we're all just slaves to the banks. If you ever sit on a conference call between a hotel chain and a bank, and the bank owns 80%, 90% of that mortgage, the people that work at that hotel chain, they don't work for the hotel chain. They work for that fucking bank. And so banking is a great industry to be at because you're at the top of the pyramid. But different ways to look at society. Hey, stupid.
My name is Roger.
Oh, hey, Rhoda. Anyways, I'm just trying to say that I was looking at a tree the other day, and I realized that we are all just leaves on a tree, and the tree is the network, the communication network between all of us, invisibly linking us. And this is why I am very anti-Muslim, because when you study Mohammedan law, they created an in-group in the year 660. And when Muhammad's Medina Charter, or his Islamic Constitution, if you ever read it, it's basically a document on how to lead a mafia organization. He is the Don Corleone of the Middle East. And I'm just trying to say that if you read the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, etc., the progress in intelligence, legal jurisprudence, and the transmission of countless to try to create a more equitable and enlightened society. But when you read Mohammedan law, oh, fuck. And the people in 2026 are still using the Medina Charter. And the Palestinian blood money, if you kill a Jew, well, that's in the charter. It's blood money. So we're dealing with essentially a revolutionary political mind virus, which is unstoppable because it is the combination of church and state. And it's completely the opposite of us. So the war in 2026 against Islam is the same war as 770, 880. I'm just saying that there is still this huge legal cultural clash in the world, which is completely unresolved because there's no philosophy on my opinion, in the Muslims.
Can you share your views on the Israeli Epstein connection, J.P. Morgan, and the other colonizers? Go ahead, Senator.
This is what the
Israel Epstein is
this is what the Muslim Ummah does.
No. This is not about Muslim race.
To
Can we
repel
talk
the
about
context.
Epstein-Israel connection? Yes or no? And if no, okay, I'll mute.
Stupid. Have you seen the Bannon Jeffrey Epstein interview? Because that interview
I want to talk about
incredibly insightful and fascinating
Why are you
to see
running
the
from
inner workings of Jeffrey Epstein's
Why are you
mind.
running from answering the question, sir?
I'm trying to answer your question, stupid, but you're
Why are
not
you crashing out? Why are you crashing out? Can you speak on
that's when I put on some Chanel number 5.
Can you speak
I gotta
on
go to the
the
recording
Israel?
studio. Supermodels like myself shouldn't be wasting their time on stupid people like you.
Okay. Hopefully you can avoid the question a little further. Can you speak on Israel and Epstein connection? Yes or no?
Scott, I got to take off, Scott. It's good. You had a good space.
Yeah, notice they're running now. Yeah, clearing out now. Yeah, Israel Epstein.
I'm not clearing out because of that.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you. Can we speak on Israel Epstein before you go?
Well, I mean, go ahead. Enlighten us what your
Well,
view
if you
is.
say the word Israel, you should say Israel Epstein. If you say the word Epstein, you should connect Israel. You should say Epstein Israel. Anytime you mention it in a sentence, do you agree with that or not? That's my question. Simple question.
Well, there's a possibility. Can you draw?
Yeah, the two are directly connected. Mossad is Israeli, and blackmail is Israeli, and control and AIPAC and Epstein. It's money and control. Do you want to speak to it? I mean, I don't have to go deep, do I? Or you don't see the connection, or you do see the connection? That's the simple question. Yes, I see
No.
the connection, or no, I don't. Which one?
Not, there's a difference between.
Yes or no, it's real. This
No,
is
hold on.
simple.
No, it isn't.
Oh,
There's a
wait, well,
difference.
complicated for me.
Okay, there's a difference between making an accusation and having tangible lines to draw.
He was convicted of child sex trafficking, so that's not an accusation. I didn't come up with this out of my ass. This is fact. So,
Well,
speaking with the
there's-
facts, do you see a connection between Israel and Epstein? And
Steve, before you answer that, Steve, just know that stupid
Okay, you don't want to answer. I guess it makes you feel bad.
Those are
It makes you feel so bad to answer
Steve,
the
just go do what you gotta
question.
do. Don't entertain this guy. It's a gay white guy pretending to
Living with
be a black.
children.
It's ridiculous. You're so stupid. You've been stupid.
Why are you getting so angry?
Well, let me ask you.
Why are you getting so angry?
Alistair, talk normal.
Stupid. Let me ask you a question.
You didn't answer mine, and you want to ask a question.
Yeah, I just want to ask you.
That is
No,
so
it-
weird.
No, because it goes to what you said.
You can't
So-
answer a yes or no question, but you want
No.
to ask a question.
No, I'm trying to have a
Only
nuanced
on
conversation.
Clubhouse. Only on
I'm trying to-
Clubhouse.
Stupid.
I'm trying to have. Listen, let me ask you this: so is it your assertion that anyone that's convicted of child sex trafficking, anyone, is connected to the Mossad? Is that what you're saying?
No, and I never even mentioned that way, but you want to twist it so you don't have to answer. Do you believe there's
That's
connection
what-
between Israel
That's
and
what you
Epstein?
said.
Yes or no? I asked you
I
a yes
asked
or
you.
no.
No,
There's
no,
no
I
connection between Epstein and Israel. That's what you're saying? None at all,
No.
right? I'm just
No.
imagining this.
no,
Okay, so you're in denial.
no,
And that's
I'm
what
not
I
in
figured.
denial.
You're in denial.
Could I?
And wait, one more, and then I'll let you go.
Okay.
Most people
All right.
that are in denial would let Trump sleep with their daughter in front of them while they watched. And I didn't say you're one of those. But if you can't answer yes or no, then that means you might support pedophilia.
No, what I was asking you was to draw the connection, and your response to me was, He was convicted of child sex trafficking. So your contention was the conviction of child sex trafficking makes them a Mossad agent.
Why don't you just write it in the chat? You sound so confused. So confused.
Now, I'm repeating
All right, so here's
exactly
a more
what you
simple
told me.
question. Have you had sex
I'm
with a
repeating
child?
exactly what you told me.
Well,
I'm not
okay,
confused.
let's move on. Let's move on. Have you had sex with children before? Yes or no?
No.
Well, now you can do a yes or no. Oh, I see. So you do have conviction. Okay. But you just can't draw a connection of your conviction to others. So you hold the standard. Other people don't have to hold the standard you hold. You support pedophilia, yes or no?
What I am saying is if I make an accusation, I should be able to support the accusation.
I made no accusation at all. I said, do you believe there's a connection between Israel and Epstein? Yes or no? So I don't see me making any conviction. I just asked a simple fucking question. And for 15 minutes you avoided answering. And guess why? Because I'm sure you've touched little girls yourself. But you think it's okay. And you don't want anyone to know. So therefore, you bury it and then come out and say, I can't answer the question on the grounds that it may incriminate me. You've touched girls, and you know other men. You know other men that have touched girls.
This is like the Howard Stern show right now.
Just asking a fucking question.
This is rich, Scott.
Go ahead, Steve. We're having a conversation.
This is rich. It's really rich.
Yeah, but are we having a conversation or are you away from it?
No, I'm not running away. I asked you a simple thing. You was making a connection between Epstein and Israel.
Well, let me make it easier for you. Howard Lutnick pulled up to Epstein with his kids and his wife and said, I went for dinner, but I don't even know why I went. Do you find that weird, or do you find it strange, or do you find it Israel? Is this the Howard Stern show? It's a question. Is it a professional show? Really? Is that a professional? I've got to go. I can't stand to listen to this nonsense. Have a great day, everybody. Bye. Bye, Steve. Bye, Joe. Bye, Scott. Bye, Candace. Bye, Steve. Bye, everybody. Yeah, bye. Leave quietly, stupid ass.
It didn't say, I don't see yours doing any tricks.
Scott, like I was saying earlier, I enjoyed
Steve,
discussion.
are you running from the conversation? Don't go to school.
No, I'm not running from anything. I asked you multiple times, and you just keep going.
But you're a grown-ass man. Do you
I see no point in continuing. I see no point in going in circles with something.
Do you support men that sleep with little girls? Let's
Well, absolutely not.
What do you mean, absolutely not? Why not? Why not?
Because it's immoral.
Oh, immoral. Okay, now we enter a new dimension. Morality. No, it's called philosophy. It ain't a word philosophy before you start teaching politicians in the face of a negative allegation would resign. So morality makes them do that. For example, if a politician were accused of money laundering, they would usually resign morality. Do you feel if a politician is accused of pedophilia that morality should kick in and they say, in the face of these allegations, I hereby resign due to morality? Do you think that way, Steve, or you
should hang them by their balls?
Yeah, by their balls. Steve, go ahead.
No,
go ahead, Steve.
I think no one should resign because of an allegation. If there's an allegation followed with proof, then yes. But I can accuse anyone of anything without some kind of tangible evidence. All it is an allegation.
Right. Okay, thank you so much, Steve. Thank you so much, Steve, for giving me let me ask you a question. What make you the President of the United States? What are the top 3 things you would do for we the people? Go ahead and tell us, stupid. Can I digest what Steve just told me? Give me a break. I'm not that smart. Hold on, Steve. Let me that was so heavy and deep. Let me digest that. Hold on. I just want to know, do you think that Trump would hire stupid in his administration? No. Because transgenderism is over. And the fact that Dr. Levine was the head as the Surgeon General, it's just still to me so revolting because that is so bizarre and weird. And when a man dresses up as a woman, whether he's in the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, or the Marines, and he demands everyone call him ma'am, and now he starts, anyways, we don't need to go into the sordid details of the transsexual man. Steve, Grindr is sponsoring the Republican correspondence dinner, and Grindr represents male cock. It's just a marketing campaign. Do you support that, Steve? Do you support male cock? Yes or no? Another yes or no question.
What are you talking about, stupid?
Grindr is sponsoring the Republican press. Don't use Grindr, stupid. I heard that. Just saying, they're all gay. Steve, are you gay? Maybe Steve is gay.
You're hilarious. You're very
Be careful
hilarious.
on Grindr.
This is hilarious.
Steve, are you on Grindr? And maybe that's why you don't feel anything is wrong. There's a lot of illegal aliens in America that use Grindr, Steve, and they're killing gay American homosexuals. It's not pleasant. It's terrorism. And we need to deport them. Yeah, but Grindr. This Republican dinner is brought to you by Grindr, where you can get dick in your booty. In your booty. Yeah.
Exciting. This is a very exciting room.
It's like the Howard Stern show, Scott. You're like the new Howard Stern at Clubhouse. I love this for...
It is interesting that Grindr, the CEO of Grindr, is a Republican, and they are, there
I'll
are a lot
prove
of
that,
Republicans.
Scott. Prove it.
Oh yeah, no, it's I
That's
can show you
public
the article.
information.
Yeah, it's public information, Joe. He's
I know, I'm asking. Where did you find it?
it was on Politico.
Oh,
So
not
Grindr.
Politico.
Hey, Scott, but you can immediately extrapolate from that anyone that voted Republican is down with the Grindr Act. That's a clear line that you can extrapolate, right?
Why does it always crash when they have Republican events? So that's kind of weird and coincidental. Wow.
So I'm changing the pinned item to this.
So, Steve, how do you feel about dick in the booty? You never answered my question. That is such a stupid question, Steve. Don't dignify stupid with an answer.
Yeah, don't answer.
It's just a fucking question.
The dumbass question. Wasting your
Well, I just said I was smart. I never said that.
It sounds
So
like
there's the link to the stuff about Grindr and the Republican Party.
Political rise. Pause. I see what you did there. Yeah. Rise. Get it? Cock rise. Why did you change your name from Point to Stupid? Is it because you felt you wanted to truly express your inner self as a stupid person? Well, I'll give you an example. For example, now, underneath my PTR actually is what I think you are, which is a stupid bozo. But rather than say that, I just wrote it underneath the PTR so you can catch the hint yourself. But because it went over your head, it proves two things. One, you're a stupid bozo, and two, you're low IQ. And at the same damn time,
As soon as you said LGBTQ, I checked out. All my peers checked out. A lot of people will check out.
I hope that answers your question, Alistair, or whatever your name is. Stupid bozo. I didn't really realize that you were mocking me. Yeah, you are actually stupid. You are actually also stupid bozo. Republicans that use Grindr stupid. We appreciate it. Okay, you're welcome. But actually, you're the stupid bozo, not me. My name is Raja from Pakistan. Yeah. And I'm going to open the Strait of Hormuz. PTR earlier today of Wiz Khalifa, or a big fat guy who never talks about free Palestine, even though everybody says he should. That's DJ Khaled. DJ Khaled. That's DJ Khaled. Yeah, he's DJ Khaled stuck his fat ass. No, he's Grindr. I think he stuck the war. Is that true? No, he's on Grindr. He's gay. He's gay. I heard also Kanye West is gay, Barack Hussein Obama is gay, Bill Clinton is gay, and even Trump is gay. That to me was the most shocking revelation. I guess so. All these people that hate Donald Trump don't even know he's gay. Yeah, but what about? If they knew he was gay, they wouldn't even hate him. Like 50% of the left were all of a sudden like Donald Trump. What about? He's actually gay, and he's looking at everybody. Isn't that stupid? Oh my God, you're such a stupid bozo. Stop with your bullshit, stupid. What about Scott Bessent? He's gay too. Yeah. The gay treasury. He's one of the richest gays in the world, which is so exciting for the gay community. I heard he has a Grindr account under the name Carlos Danger, and an homage to Anthony Weiner. Yeah, he's on Grindr. It's an homage. You know what homage is, stupid? Yeah, Scott Bessent is on Grindr too, yeah. French, stupid? My favorite French word is presence. And if you translate it into French, it sounds like puissance. Yeah, but Scott Bessent said such a great he's going to put the gay flag on the money. Scott Bessent said he's going to put the gay flag on the money. Remember, he runs the treasury, so he can print it with the gay flag on. They're coming out with the Donald Trump gold coin. Did you see that? Everybody's going to want to own one. It's going to be the greatest one. Yeah, I bought it. You bought the Trump gold coin? Oh! Yeah, a long time ago. It's even better than Bitcoin. Everybody's going to want to own one. Scott, you should start shooting commercials in your Trump voice for the Trump gold coin, because he's basically doing what Muammar Gaddafi did. What are you talking about? He's going to get all those $1 and the fake Federal Reserve inflationary dollars. No, gets all the Trump gold coins. The currency's going to become Trump gold coins, everybody. Hooray! Why does he even talk like that? What's wrong with him? What's wrong with you, sir? I am you and you are me, stupid. No, you. Obviously, you want to be me. It's just a stupid point. But not everybody. Living in your mom's basement, weigh 400 pounds. Not everybody will come along. You've never been on TV, and you're not a supermodel. Oh, you're jealous because I'm on TV. Okay. Now I get it. You're just a stupid bozo. You think that people are projecting onto you and you're projecting onto them, stupid bozo, but the truth is, stupid bozo, that's what projection is, stupid. You can't reverse engineer it. You can't, reverse that out, stupid. You're the stupid bozo, and you're on Grindr, and you're a gay Republican. I'm on TV, you're not. Are there any gay Republicans? Yeah, Mike Johnson. I'm on TV, you're not, Alistair. That's why you're mad. I'm on TV right now, stupid. You don't even know it. Oh. Because you can't see all the cameras surrounding me. Okay. And my staff of beautiful women that are helping me produce the Alistair Crowley show. Oh. Stupid bozo. Okay, I get it. I get it. Delusion. I get it. Okay. It's not delusional, stupid. I got a camera and I'm recording you right now in my right hand, stupid. Deep delusion. I get it. Okay. Of course there are gay Republicans. Hello. Of course there are. All I want to say is most people don't know what projection really means. And I told Caleb one time, is all communication projection? And you know what? It turns out it is. And stupid bozo here is proof that all communication is projection, spam, politics, and hypnosis. Isn't that right, stupid? There's no way you can prove that Steve is a gay Republican. So I don't think that that's fair. For you to say that. I heard him earlier say that most of his contemporaries think that he's a very moderate Republican. And what you're saying is stupid, bozo, because Steve isn't gay. He's a man's man, unlike you, stupid. Steve can speak for himself. Go ahead, Steve, you little bitch. Go ahead. I'm Mike. Yeah, thank you. Oh, my little bitch? You're a stupid, bozo. Really stupid.
Yeah, this is kind of the ball.
First time you think about conversation. You know that Scott actually likes this Scott, this is fun. Because the Gary Baumgarten show is so serious. They don't have any fun in there, but Scott just had to have fun. But the point is, Steve, if show, Steve. You know, the Howard Stern show? It's just basically what this is. There's a lot of people on here that are basically Jerry Springer.
I hate Jerry Springer.
Mayor of Cincinnati was the best mayor Cincinnati ever had.
Doesn't change that I hate him. Or I don't like him. I don't hate too much, but I don't like him.
Why?
Why not?
Well, what do you think Clubhouse is? That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you not like Jerry Springer when you're in Clubhouse? It's the same.
Hello? I know, right? I know, right? The 24/7 Jerry Springer show.
It is.
On the bus.
That's the truth.
It's a stage. This app is actually, the real name underneath Clubhouse is The Stage. It's a theatrical production of stupid bozos. Just can't, stop spamming each other with their stupid bozo thoughts. Hello?
I think Jerry Springer was decent in the beginning, Leanne. I don't know what happened to most of our leaders in those TV shows. I think they went amok.
I think they're just chasing ratings.
Yeah, that too. Of course that. Or they wouldn't survive.
Joe, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I'm headed towards Kitover, Indiana to hang out with my peeps up there. My Republican peeps.
Well, I agree with Steve. I don't stand with any men or stand next to any men that sleep with little girls under 14. I agree with you, Stephen. At least we share something in common and have similar belief because you said morality does not allow you to support any man that sleeps with little girls. Did you just hear what this pedophile said? Thank you so much, Steve. Can you let he believes that men should be able to sleep with girls. Answer, use the microphone. Under 14. 15.
Do you date 14-year-olds?
Stephen.
Do you participate with 14-year-olds?
No, not at all. But Steve doesn't either. And so we share something in common. Mark my words, when you come back with a party hat, stupid, that was me. I'm reporting your account right now for pederasty. Enough is enough, stupid. I'm reporting to you. Steve, I want to commend you on being one of the men that does not stand next to for trying to encourage people to commit pederasty. Report stupid bozo now. Mass report. I am complete. Yeah, Steve doesn't support pedophiles. I respect that, Steve, because I feel the same way. Pedophiles should not be protected. I agree with you, Steve. Steve?
No, I'm listening. What?
About what we agree on? Or you now want to go back on it? You do support men that engage in pedophilia. Which one is it, Stephen?
I don't have to be redundant.
Okay, so you're on the fence. Okay, that's what I figured.
You just pull shit out of your ass. Well, he didn't deny it. That's interesting.
No, I initially had, and he keeps trying to make me say I do.
Yes, Steve, I agree. A lot of Republican women are complicit with their men engaging in pedophilia. You're right. I know this and you know this for many, many years. Yeah. Joe, have you ever supported men that screw little girls? Joey, I want to show you my PTR. I just reported stupid for trying to encourage pedophilia on the tap. I've reported you. I encourage everyone else to report stupid bozo here. A gay white man who's actually living in his mom's basement who pretends to be a black woman. I've reported you, and I expect your contact within 2 hours, stupid bozo. Farewell. And when you get your new party hat, that was me. I got you that new party hat. I hope you like it. Joe, answer the question. Do you support men who engage in pedophilia?
No, of course Christian.
To count that deleted just like that. Boop, bye, into the abyss where you belong. Welcome to the show, Steve.
Good morning, Steve.
That was enough of that.
Good morning. Just Steve's on the stage.
How you doing, Steve?
I'm okay, and you?
Yeah, we've just been drugged through the gutter and back. We finally got out of it. There's always one and everywhere the same. You know, Scott had earlier started the room and talking.
Seems like you're in the Matrix.
Okay, can you hear me?
I know.
Okay, I said Scott had initially started the room talking about Trump's dropping poll numbers. I just wondered what your feeling about it is.
I don't believe it. I don't believe 90% of the polls out there. They're written to get certain answers.
Yeah. I wanted to tell you, Matt. I think the source should matter a lot because I think the source should matter a lot. So I've not checked it out myself anyways because I've been busy all day.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Joe, that you can word a poll to kind of get what you want. I think a lot of them are worded that way.
Almost everyone.
To be able to say, the results came in for the congressional election, and I got 110 write-in votes, which was 0.01% of my opponent, which I think he got like 50,000 votes, and then the Democrat got 30-something thousand votes. But in 2024, in his congressional campaign, it shows that he got, I think it was 400,000 plus votes, but the database that the Election Commission sent me has 600,000 registered voters in the district. So I'd be very interested to see what he gets in November, because there's something with primaries and the midterms that when, I mean, obviously, I guess people maybe don't come out for the primary, but I don't think that's what it actually is. I think like the database and the election commission like automatically uses voters even if they don't vote and just casts them as that Republican. There's something going on with the way that the election commission. Basically, I guess what I'm saying is their data is corrupted and out of date, and they don't do any type of like necessary cleanup. And so it's like a stagnant database that is open to corruption. So anyways, as like a mayoral candidate, I put forth a mayoral proclamation that's saying from petition to ballot, we want total transparency, and we want it on a ledger with a double entry accounting system. So it's just a thought, but just wanted to share the news.
I think the midterms typically have a lot lower turnout, don't they?
I think the midterms have the higher turnout, right? And the primary has the lower turnout. That's what I've witnessed. But maybe I got the words inversed there.
Well, closest thing in Iran directs on how the sentiments.
Everything, the whole Democratic Party messaging is just to attack Trump and then cushion that with their woke agenda in lighter terms. But the whole thing is to completely focus all attention on Orange Man bad. That's all they got. They don't have solutions. And that's the thing about politics and communication and hypnosis is, unfortunately, it has been proven time and time again to work. And that's why America, and it's just it's just a tragedy, and want change and believe that they're voting for it are actually voting against themselves because they're being hypnotized by this mediocre and inferior messaging, which works because they believe that they are the opposite and they are the resistance, and therefore that type of messaging for this demographic works over and over and over and over again. It's just Boy Who Cried Wolf, but the tragedy of Boy Who Cried Wolf is it just works every single time. Hello?
Well, that's kind of true because I've seen simple messaging, if it's tuned to the right message that people think they want to hear, whether it makes sense or not, will be people buy into it.
I think that's how like you tend to like lose your voice because you get to a stage where the leaders or whoever it is are able to manipulate the citizens to the point that even when they are done bad, they are still supported, and then at long run, I feel like exactly like generally what is happening right now. If the people are not standing by what's good for them, if they are like doing things based on emotions and don't stand by truth always, it gets to a point where I feel they might lose their voice, and then parties like the Democrats gets to do whatever they want because they feel they are in control of the people.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems we have is that we have an uninformed electorate. People don't take enough time to fully understand what is going on and what's going on and the forces at play, and it makes them open to manipulation.
That's true, and it's partially not their fault though, because smart people always look for ways to outsmart other people, and given how long these people have been in the office and politics, some of them in power, I think they know how to find a way to work around all these things.
I know one thing, like with me, I've been in politics, I guess about 10 years. And one of the things that has helped me long term is people may not always agree with the conclusions I come to. But after so many years, they know that I'm not trying to tell them something that I don't believe to be accurate, even if it's not what they want to hear. That they'll get accurate information from me, and they can draw different conclusions. But I'm going to tell them the truth about what I say.
Yeah, that's true. And most of the time, they get it wrong. and I feel like a country like America, given the level of corruption, I don't feel like I don't it will be easy for anyone to actually come and do something tangible without a fight. It's not like I'm totally on Trump's side, but I'm seeing it like he's not having it easy. He's not having it easy at all because of the level of corruption and the power these people have, the grip they have over the country. So even if another person comes into power and they want to do the right thing, they really want to fight corruption, I feel this same thing that's playing right now will still be at play.
No, I agree. There's a lot of within the United States. There's a lot of powerful forces at work that have their own agenda, and they'll use whichever political party they think will further that agenda. So yeah, if you go astray from the forces that be, and they don't always show themselves in public, then you're going to get blowback in a major way.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I mean, you don't have to tell me if you don't feel comfortable. What part of the world are you from?
Oh, I don't have a problem with that. I'm from Africa.
Yeah, so you probably see the same thing at a different level over.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's kind of universal. You have political and you have financial power structures that work hand in glove to determine where you're going to go as a people.
Yeah, it is. That's why when I go into these rooms, I only comment on things that are universal to me. I'm always careful. I say mostly things I'm like aware of. So that is why I don't normally join all conversations, because obviously I don't live in the US. But the ones I am able to see, I'm able to read about, I can comment. And politics, most of it is universal, like you said. So I'm able to relate to some.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And the problem with a lot of Clubhouse, I think, is this. People want to push, they'll come from a certain mindset, and if you don't agree with that mindset, then you can't have a productive conversation. It just becomes a shit show, basically. And the only way that people can communicate is to allow other people to talk and express themselves. You don't have to agree with them, but you can listen to them. And then you can be respectful in a way that says, well, I got a little different view on this, and, I understand where you're coming from, but where can we agree?
It's actually crazy, and the funny thing is, most of the time, you see that they are wrong. Like a lot of people, most of the time, you see they are wrong. Number one, they don't listen, and number two, when you tell them they are wrong, they will insist you're the one that's wrong, and it's kind of should I say, it's kind of ironic how that is, because you piece of information from somewhere, and I got it from a particular place. And if I'm able to get a more legit information, you're supposed to have an open mind in order for you to understand that you've been misled because of their their agenda or what they want to believe in. I think that's mostly what drives the kind of information they get out there, because there are some information that might not tally with what they want. For example, if I hate somebody and I got a negative information about them, I want to hold on to that. Even if somebody is telling me that those are propagandas, I would still want to hold on to that, even if I see the truth. So I think that's a lot of what's going on. Some people tend to want to go and find negative information about or someone rather than being open-minded.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Scott that just showed back up in the room. Me and Scott have kind of different political belief systems, but we can have a conversation, and we can talk about what we think's right and wrong without trying to denigrate the other person. And that's the only way you're going to have any meaningful conversation, in my opinion.
Yes, that's the best way to also, learn from one another.
Well, you guys, it's been a good room. Scott, I got to take off. I got some things I got to take care of. Yeah, I enjoyed it, except for when that one person came in here, that was kind of off the wall. Steve, it was good talking to you.
I'm gonna end the room.
Yeah, Steve, I hope you have a good day. It's good seeing you in the room. Yeah, Scott, you too. You have a good day. I enjoyed it.
which is sort of interesting. And I think the heavy implications because he's so egotistical.
Is Jonathan Swan, just in case you
Jonathan Swan, yeah. I've been listening to a lot of Jonathan's lately.
I'm trumped out, so I'm not interested in.
Yeah.
I voted for Biden.
Excuse me.
Do you know the reason why you assume? Because more than likely, he has to be interested in the midterms based on the simple fact that that is to do with Congress. And it can change from a Republican to a Democratic, correct? So, Trump can be taken out if it favors what?
I mean, I wish Divine would come up so he could be modded so that he could sit people like this down. This is just embarrassing. I'll come back.
Don't leave us, your mama. Don't leave us, please.
If we're talking about wishes, can I wish that Hurricane takes off Blasi Shamar Moore off his PTR? I don't need to see that.